Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? What's going on, Spirit? Thank you for the bits. Power Thirsty. I'm so stoked, dude. Let's get it, brother. I'm very, very excited. It's been off to a really good start so far, so I'm feeling good. Yes, yes. We got it fixed. We've got some Doom vibes going there. Sorry. I love anything Doom music wise. It's just like the best music vibe ever. So, yeah, so super excited. Oh, you bought Doom? Dude, you gotta like let me know how you like it. Now I'm super pumped to like see what you think about it. Yes. Also, guys, I want to let you all know. Let me pull up. My camera might be bouncing around. I apologize. I'm gonna do this really quick. So something really quick I want to show you guys. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. All right, I want to show you guys this really quick. So on my, not my main YouTube channel. I want to show you guys this, the Recluse Gaming Live channel. I was originally multi-streaming to this channel, but what I'm actually doing is taking the VODs and I'm going to be putting them up. So what I'm working on right now is I'm exporting just the Ground Zeroes part. So I'm splitting up Wednesday's stream into two parts, a part 1 and a part 2. And I'm going to put them on the YouTube channel. So if like you missed the stream on Wednesday where we started Ground Zeroes on all that, you can go back, watch it, and it'll be up on this channel first thing in the morning. Okay. I do want to let you guys know I won't be up super, super late tonight, predominantly because I have to go tomorrow to, I posted about it in Discord, but I'm going to phlebotomy class tomorrow, so I'm going to go learn how to draw blood and do blood work for people. So I'm doing that this weekend, so there will not be any streams after tonight until Monday. I might stream Sunday night, depending on how I feel. I'll keep you guys posted in Discord after I get done. And then I'm going to get these. Yes, there's no editing. That's just my straight up content. There's no editing. It's raw. It's raw. It's uncut. You can do it for animals, but people are gross. Hey, Dr. Sword. It's not too bad. It's not, but some people just don't like, they have a weird thing for blood. Like some people just have a weird thing when it comes to blood, and I understand. I'm around it all the time already. I just am not licensed to be the one to pull blood. So that's what I'm going to learn this weekend. So it's going to be a cool new skill. I'm excited about it. So that's why like uploads and stuff have not been prevalent this week to our main YouTube channel, because I've been mentally preparing and doing some behind the scenes preparations for that and just other things for my job in real life. So that's what's been going on there and why I've been a little short on YouTube content the last week. So I apologize for that. Once I get through this weekend, I promise, guys, I'm going to be pumping out a lot of content on the main YouTube channel. But how's everybody's 4th of July? Did you guys all stay safe? Nobody lost fingers, I hope, or hands or toes. That's true. I mean, I don't think I've seen where any of our patients have thought about biting anybody. Not that I've seen. So I think we're good in that regard. Yeah, voice mod's pretty good. I bought a lifetime license. I just timed it to where it was on sale, bought it, and it's been a really good experience. What'd you put in general? The duality of man. That's good. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. That's good. I twisted my ankle mowing my lawn, but that was about it. Well, at least it was only an ankle twist. At least it was only that. Because I guess it could have been worse, right? Let's see. Hung out with your wife, made some blended margs, and trying to stay cool. Yes, sir. Well, we went out to Marty's family's place, grilled. We spent some family time together, and her little cousin, he wanted to swim, so I took him swimming. And for being 7, he's a very good swimmer, like crazy good swimmer. I was really impressed. I mean, he was jumping off the dock into the lake and just swimming on his own and stuff. I mean, I could stand up, like where we were at. I could stand up, but I mean, it was deep enough that he couldn't stand up and touch the bottom. So I was like really impressed that he was able to swim around. There was only one time he was like, I'm getting tired. And I like held him. He was just swimming like crazy. So those swimming lessons paid off. But it sounds like everybody had a good time. Everybody stayed safe. Sword just rolled his ankle. But I'm glad that everybody stayed safe. But I guess, though, I will quit. Wait a second. I think we're going to get started in a second. This file is almost done, and I don't want to screw up how well that this is going to perform. It's got like 5 minutes left on it. It's almost done. I saw, did you guys see on TikTok that some chick was out like cheerleading, and the fireworks fell over and shot like into the stadium, and one like went down. It was a mortar, and it like went down and hit a cheerleader. Did you guys see that? It was crazy. And if you didn't see it, I can try to find it. Yeah, let me try to find it real quick, because it's pretty gnarly. Let's see. Cheerleader hit by firework. Let's see. This is 2 years ago. I didn't see it it was on TikTok, so let me go to actual TikTok and see if I can find it. Let's see. Firework hits cheerleader. Okay, yeah, I found it. Let me show you guys this. It's actually insane. Watch. These fall over. Watch right here. Boom! So some of these fell, but like a lot of these over here, where they were supposed to like launch up, they fell over and shot down into the crowd. If you pay attention, Yeah, I read about a guy that used to be a character in Gaston at Disney World. A mortal went off as he was looking down a mortar and looked down a mortar tube thinking it was a dude, blew his head up. Oh, thinking it was a dud. Thinking it was oh my God. But yeah. Look at that. Boom. See, it was shooting all over the place. Did you see it bouncing around the crowd right there? Wild, dude. And then there's a different angle that I saw earlier where some guy was recording it and it went phew, and you could hear it phew, like go right beside him. And it hit people behind him. Got shot in the ass by a firework. That's from last year. But yeah, pretty freaking wild, dude. Yeah. Let's see. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. And all right, cool, it's done. Woo! All right, we're gonna save this. All right, let's get this thing a going, baby. Launching the game. Spirit, I think I seen that you bought this game, right? You found a song to hype up the stream. What'd you find? Oh, you bought Ground Zero. Oh, we like to party? Oh yeah, I've heard that. Let's go. The way it's meant to be played, NVIDIA. Oh yeah, we played it on PlayStation. We didn't play it on PC. I was sitting there like, oh yeah, let's download this. It's like, oh, well, never mind. All right, let me check our settings here. Our display and graphic settings, borderless full screen. Make sure that no motion blur transferred over, which it did. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. You can now zoom the screen in while in third person view by holding R. It's useful for checking the way ahead of you while you're in cover. Okay. Phantom Limbs, Episode 1. All right, Northern Kabul, Afghanistan.
Soviet control. Miller's been captive for 10 days. Not much time left.
Weather will clear shortly.
Storm's passing.
Punished venom snake. Here's some Wawa if you're thirsty. Revolver, Shalashashka, Ocelots.
Getting used to it?
The Soviet Guards Airborne Regiments. The Skulls Parasite Unit. Can you guys hear the game okay? Let me know if I need to turn it up a couple clicks.
After 9 years on ice, solo infiltration of the Soviet main ground forces. Should be the perfect one. Kazuhira Miller is being held in Dawandehar to the north.
Turn it up a bit. All right. See, it sounds fine to me, but I've got to all adjust it through. You have it on your end to 300% and it's still quiet. Okay. That is a common like feedback that I get on stream is the game volume sometimes is pretty quiet. I'm always afraid with some games because some games it's like it's so loud, like it literally is like blasting your eardrums out, and then some is just like doesn't matter how loud you make it, it's still so quiet. Cool. Do you have reverb on for your mic? No, I do not. No, I'm talking about the audio, game audio to my audio balance. You know how like when I play Elden Ring and you guys are like, "Whoa, dude, the game volume is so much louder than you." Like, I'm talking about that audio.
Check its location now. Take out your iDroid. You see Wandy on the map? That's where they're keeping Miller. Only problem is we don't know his exact location. Finding it is your first priority.
Okay.
Go ahead and close the iDroid.
Marker placed.
Got your binoculars? Or should I say your int scope? See the village? Straight ahead? Look up. Alright, that's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more information, just give me a call. I'll tell you anything I can about it. That's Violo Village. The Violo Calais. The villagers fled the war and evacuated a while back. Since then, it's become a base for the Soviets' 40th Army. A few days ago, Miller was taken through there, en route towards Dawandehar. You may be able to pick up the trail there. It's worth a shot. Put a marker on it so you don't lose track of where it is.
Marker
Good.
placed.
Now you won't have to worry about getting lost along the way. You can't have much left in him. I give him 3 days, tops. If we fail, and he dies, we lose our chance of revenge. But we need more intel. If you just go charging into Dawandehar, you'll be putting both your lives at risk. See what you can find out first. The Soviets have other outposts, not just the one you saw. Afghanistan is a big place. I expect you'll become quite familiar with those binoculars as you plan your next move. How and where you make it, well, that's up to you. From here on out, you're on your own. You're a legend in the eyes of those who live on the battlefield. That's why you have to handle this mission yourself. Put those 9 years behind you, and return as Big Boss. That's how Koss would want it. I'll be sending additional intel by radio. Stay sharp. Not one of Miller's bodyguards survived. And they were good. All we found on the scene were their corpses and knees.
Some
You'll be
shades.
missing them. And you're his only hope of getting them back.
Kaz eyewear.
Now go! Let the legend come back to life.
Sick. Turn it up a smidge more. All right, there you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, dude, that's badass. You can hang off the side. That's sick. If I'm hiding, can I pull out a gun? Okay, that's still cool.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There's that village. Okay. Pinpoint Kazuria's Miller's whereabout, extracted Miller, and then question marks.
Marker placed.
Let's go this way. Bionic arm. Can you guys hear it okay now? Is that okay for you?
Caution.
You're leaving the mission area. You're not giving up, are you?
Caution. You
What?
are about to leave the mission area. Caution. You are about to leave
What do
the
you
mission
mean leaving the
area.
mission area? Oh, I see this box. I see. Okay.
Marker removed. Caution. You are about to leave the mission area.
Okay, I understand now. Sorry. So you want to stay inside of that. We got to stay in that box. Okay, good. I'm glad the audio is good. If it does like get really loud where it's blaring, let me know. We'll tweak it some more. But I think it's good. Yeah, the open world exploration guy in me is like, okay, the mission's this way. We're gonna go the opposite direction. Okay. I can approach it however I feel best.
Hold it. There's a Soviet guard post. There are bound to be guards. Take a look with your binoculars. Put the enemy in the center of your field of view. That's marking. Focus on the thread and it'll be marked automatically. You can mark enemies and vehicles by zooming in with your binoculars or camera. Once they're marked, you'll also see their positions on the map. Security at that guard post is relatively light. Looks like the perfect place for a warm-up. Try to remember the ways you used to deal with enemies. Anytime you need advice, just give me a call. It's up to you whether to slip by enemies or take them down. Just remember that any situation can change fast. Familiarize yourself with your weapons and items while you can. You need to be able to switch between them quickly to meet any threat.
Rough diamonds.
That's a rough diamond.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Those materials
Shine bright
are
like a
already
diamond.
processed. They should come in handy sooner or later. Why not start gathering them?
We're gonna shine bright like a diamond. So you just had to wait. I just had to wait.
Sight, sound, keep all your enemy senses in mind. When you're near an enemy, stay low and move slowly.
Okay, there's one over there.
Where are your friends?
Я не говорю по-английски. Отпусти.
Boss, you don't understand what he said? I guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain. If only we had a recruit with the Russian interpreter skill, we could get by with simultaneous interpretation.
Spit it out.
Что? По-русски говори.
Don't leave bodies out in the open. Find some place to drop them out of sight.
No. There we go.
A portable toilet. If you're gonna hide inside, watch the enemy doesn't decide to use it. Same goes for hiding downed enemies in it.
So this shard in my head seems to be blocking my ability to understand comms, like communications with enemies or something, is what he was saying. Yo, that's dope.
Where are the others?
Understanding a language and being able to interpret from that language for somebody else are two different things. Juggling languages at a rapid-fire pace is more difficult than you might think.
I got an achievement. Capture an outpost
in
or
other
guard
words,
post.
While I do speak Russian, don't expect me to do your interpreting.
Sick. Common metal. So there's gonna be some kind of crafting in this game, it appears. He said, guess we'll find out. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh man, it's actually awesome not knowing what's going on. Like personally, I really like that.
Hiding on horseback allows you to stay out of sight even while on the move. It's effective for avoiding enemy guard posts and long-range reconnaissance patrols.
Oh, is this starting to get dark?
Sun will set shortly.
Well, that's cool. So actual time passes to where it will get dark. That's sick. I like that.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
At Mother Base.
You're almost at the enemy outpost, Violo Village. The village is crawling with enemy soldiers. Don't just go waltzing in. Start with some recon. Is there anywhere that overlooks the village?
Oh, here we go. Fuel resources, biological material, rough diamonds. I really do like having no idea what I'm doing. I love it, man. I love that about, like, I love that about a new video game that I've never played.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Not sure what this Mother Base thing is, what they're talking about, Mother Base. And then he said I should get up on a higher position. So I'm going to go around this way. And we'll try to get a decent line of sight. You can see what's going on. You can choose. You can also choose what time to approach a location. Oh yeah. I can kind of already tell that it's going to be a game that requires a little suspense of disbelief.
Can you see the village from there?
Yeah.
Use the binoculars to recon the place.
But that's okay. I'm all for it. Hey, what in the world?
That That's a type of medicinal plant. Bring it back to base. It's sure to be useful sometime.
We like medicinal plants. Look at these cheeks.
Look at where the enemies are stationed. Look at their gear. Take it all in. There should be a command post somewhere. See any buildings with tighter security? If there are clues to Miller's whereabouts, I'll bet you can find them in there.
Marker placed.
That's a focal point of the enemy's defenses. I'd avoid the direct approach if I were you. A parabolic antenna. There could be intel files of some kind in there.
Placed.
A parabolic antenna. The Soviets must have added that themselves. Meaning there's communications equipment inside.
A bridge right there. Part of me wants to play this mouse and keyboard. I was actually really liking how it felt the other night, mouse and keyboard.
Sight, sound, keep all your enemy senses in mind. When you're near an enemy, stay low and move slowly. If you stand up and run around, you'll make it easier for them to spot you.
It's good to know. You're gonna give me some genuine help if I need it. Well, that's awfully kind of you, sir.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I see somebody. I really do like that this is such a stealth heavy game. After playing it the other night and actually kind of getting used to it, it's a major eye opener to like how stealth based it actually is. I'm not trying to back up.
прошлой неделе тот новенький совсем потерял голову. Быстро вывезли домой. Никогда не закончится.
Dude, turn. Oh, so I gotta treat this like Fallout. Where do I save? In the options menu or? Oh, while on mission you can't save. Oh, okay. Well, that was scary. That was badass, man. So if you use, like, if you react in time, you can take them out. Oh, God. Okay, well, it's not F5. I just tried F5 just to see if I could quick save like that, but it did not work. Nice and quiet. I'm the most stealth-based warrior ever. He'll never hear me. You gonna grab some food? No worries, dude.
You have arrived at your destination.
Что? Ведь он отправил ее еще до вылета. Она только пришла. Точно. Еще до катастрофы. Но я слышал, что по крайней мере один человек выжил. Не может быть! Наверное, еще просто тело не нашли. Самолет загорелся в воздухе. Кто не мог выжить после такого? Не жаль.
Hey, that's...
You have arrived at your destination.
Wow, managed to sneak in without alerting everybody.
So you picked up an intel file.
Extraction.
Now we know where Miller is.
Base.
I'm marking it on your iDroid.
The map has been updated.
Okay. Okay, we know Miller's over there. More looking around. Okay. See if there's anything else to find. Oh, thanks for getting that clip, Power Thirsty. I appreciate that, dude. Again, nice and quiet. Low key, kind of stressful. Not even gonna lie. But I love it, man. Ooh, S tier diamond, really? Very nice.
Слышал, о чем говорила женщина рядом с электростанцией?
Нет, что за женщина?
Не знаем, что с ней. Говорят, что она голая.
Голая? Ну да.
Серьезно? Значит, что она не местная.
Dude, that was awesome. Oh my god. How have I never played these games before? Ooh. What's that sound? Oh, fuck. Oh no, I hope he doesn't see that body. Fuck. Just turn around and go the other way. You don't see nothing. There's a shiny. I want the shiny.
You have arrived at your destination.
All right. Welcome back. There was another guy that I haven't seen in a minute, actually. I'm not really sure. Oh, there he is. I'll wait for him to turn around. Oh, shit. Wait, is this the guy I knocked out? So they can get back up, huh? I mean, I would think. You shoot somebody in the face with a dart, I would think it would take you out. So I think I just turned off all the power right through there. That was a generator switch, I think.
Planning to walk the whole wilderness on foot? Use your horse.
I'm making my way back around to it. Oh.
You can use your prosthetic arm to make a knocking sound anywhere and lure the enemy. You can also select empty magazines to throw from among your support weapons.
Oh, I can call my horse. Well, that's even better.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
What is this here? Moderate level. Soviet soldier. So I can, if I want, go around to these different posts, right? Like, I assume it.
Marker placed.
Boss, taking the scenic route? That's not the way to one day. Check its location on your iDroid.
I know where it's going. I'm exploring, dog. You leave me alone. Quit bullying me. That's a big gun.
It's an enemy guard post. Watch yourself.
Oh. I'm glad I didn't go down there after I saw the other guy. 'Cause I won't lie, I almost ran down there. It's like, oh, okay, I can go down there. What was that? Gotta be quicker than that. Gotta be quicker than that. Oh, there's another guy right there. What are these guys? Just walking around holding each other's hands? I'm like, what is going on? Yes, the suppression meter, it's like under the gun, it says SUP, SUP. Thank you for that reminder, sir. No more shooting my main primary. Taking the suppressor off. Wrong button.
Guard post captured.
Oh, it was awesome. Did I get him? Oh my god, brother. Woo! That was fun. Is that now how you're supposed to sit on the chair? Just like full sprint and dive into it? Oh, that was good. Dude.
Marker placed.
All right, we're gonna go there. That was awesome, man. can't believe I've never played this game. Any of these games. Like, honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Like, I don't know whatever stopped me from it. Is there a bear? What the heck?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I'm gonna die. Oh my god. I just wanted to see if there was an achievement for killing a bear. Or if you got any materials from it. Holy shit! That was crazy, man. Well, I killed a bear. And almost died in the process. Really? The mission zones are smaller?
Yeah.
That's the Soviet Army's Watsin barracks. Heavier enemy presence than back at Violo Village.
Let's see. I'm gonna go up. Look, I played Ground Zeroes the other night. I know how to handle this type of area. Flashback to me just like running, screaming through the middle of this area. Like, oh my god! Ah!
Sun will rise.
It'll be dawn soon. Your surroundings will be easier to see, but that goes for the enemy as well. The guard detail in Soviet outposts changes in the morning too. Watch yourself.
Little bit bigger. Wow, good thing that guy's not very observative. Nah, surely we can just run through the whole thing screaming and we'll be just fine. Bam, ba-dam, ba-bam, ba-bam, bam, 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 ba-bam, ba-bam. Ba-da-ba. Oh. Ba-da-ba. There's nothing here. Fuck. Just stay up, sir. This is a Chili's. Don't turn. Nothing happened. Turn around. Face the other way. Thank you. I'm really tempted to use that mortar. Like, the gamer in me wants to take that mortar and just mortar strike the LMG nest right there. Like, I really, really want to. Oh, shit. I'm scared. Bro, this is really stressful. I'm so stressed. Fuck. Oh, turn around, dipshit. Scared. Oh my god. Whew. Hat's gotta come off him. I'm sweating, man. Fuck. I might be SOL, boys. Are we SOL? Well, I'm dead. $23.19. We're on $23.19. Run, run, run. Oh, see, we're fine. We're perfectly fine. The only guy that's seen us got a bullet in his face. It's fine. Oh, that guy's following. All right, come on up here, buddy, old pal. You got like a radio or something on you.
Lost sight of you. They're gonna try to hunt you down.
If this guy turns around, I'm just gonna lay prone in the tall grass. Just like, you didn't see me. Cause chaos around. I was trying to genuinely stealth. I really was. I don't know what this guy is doing. Hey, baby. Yeah. I'll eat a hot dog from yesterday. I'll have two. Fine. That's okay. I'm chasing this guy down. Yeah, I can, but I'm not like wanting to. Yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm trying not to draw his. Okay. He never even seen me. See? Look how stealthy that was, guys.
So stealth.
Hey, Bruce. Eat your hot dog water. Go eat your dinner. We'll see he. Say hi, Bruce. No. Say hi. He's like, I'm not messing around with you right now, dude. Just because I'm sitting here doesn't mean I want to be loved on and given any kind of attention in any format of the matter.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Well, that was a glorious failure, I would say. What? Oh, I thought she said something. I think she was talking to the cat.
Go ahead and smoke that cigar of yours.
What is up?
Sun will set shortly.
Oh. Okay, well, I dropped the fat deuce. Run! I just had to take a dump! Oh, shit. What is it now? Might suggest putting camera window on top right of the screen. Oh, yeah, I mean, I can do that. Whatever looks best for you guys. I don't know. I'm just playing. I'll move it up. Defend me. Okay. That was actually scary. Oh yeah, absolutely. This game looks amazing for a game that came out in what, 2014, 2013. It looks so good. Hey, Zach. Fuck, I didn't get them marked in time. Trying to get all these guys, as many of these guys marked as I can, so I can keep an eye out on them. Oh. Okay, 2 of them there. How are you doing tonight, Zach? It's good to see you, man.
That's the building, boss. That's where they're holding Miller.
God.
I don't think I did terrible, but I didn't do great. I'll take it.
Cause it's me. I'm here to get you out. Snake. They do something to your eyes? No, it's just bright as all.
No, my eyes are fine. They're totally not f***ed up.
What took you so long? We'll talk, but not here.
Come on, boo. We got to get you out of here. Oh, fuck. He doesn't have a leg and an arm.
Arrived at Mother Base.
I'll send the chopper to get you out.
Oh.
Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
Mission info has been updated.
Boss, the target's dead. Mission failed.
He got shot in the back of the head.
You've secured the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
Mission info has been updated.
You look well. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit. Not so heavy anymore, right?
That's tarragon, a type of medicinal plant. It contains trace amounts of a benzodiazepine derivative that's the active ingredient in pentazemin.
Hey, Dad.
This is B-Quas. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Waiting 9 years to hear him. Kept you waiting, huh? Come on. Say it for old time's sake.
This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
You're really sunburnt. How'd your trip go?
We lost it all that day. Everything. But we've got to look ahead.
Aside from
There's
getting
something I
sunburnt.
want to show you.
Oh, you're still on it? That's nice. You're regretting life choice from being so sunburnt. I bet. Did you not put enough sunscreen on, or did you just not sunscreen at all? Yeah, we did
Do you
it!
read me? This is P-Quad. There's a gas covering the LZ. We can't land. Pulling back.
Okay. Never mind. We didn't do it.
Gas. It's them. Boss, watch out. It's the skulls. Don't let them find us.
Extraction
Boss,
arrived.
whatever that mist is, it's all around you. We can't see through it.
No,
I'm changing the
get
RV
your-
so it's outside
get your
the
a-
mist. Get over there. The chopper will be waiting.
No.
Marker placed.
Dude, I'm...
Run, boss! You've got to lose him!
Oh my god. What is happening? What are these things?
The mist is cleared, and it looks like they're gone.
Those things. That's the unit that attacked us before. They came at us real fast in the same kind of mist. Our men, survivors from 9 years ago, were wiped out in minutes. I don't know what they want, but it's
Put
them.
Miller in.
No mistake.
This is B-Quad. There's an obstruction at the LZ preventing me from landing. Request immediate removal.
No, no. I'm gonna take off.
You have arrived at your destination.
Gaining altitude.
What happened to my horse?
Buddy departing area.
What?
Extraction arrived. at
Yeah. Phantom limb completed. Ew, I don't like how those guys move. That was creepy. I made a B. That's not bad, right? That's not terrible. Oh, that was funny. Codename Chick. That's what I like. Man, I like this. That was good. That was good. I liked it. Not a bad first mission, I gotta say. Okie dokie, guys. Let me see here. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink. Turn some Doom Radio back on for you guys. Okay, guys. So, dead. Make sure you aloe vera. Make sure that you, if you can stand it, I would take like a hot shower or something. Usually I take like a hot shower to pull the heat out. It sucks and it hurts really bad, but it usually helps. Like whenever me and JB went, we went canoeing, kayaking not too long ago, and I mean, it was not comfortable, but I managed to get through the entire thing, and then like was sunburnt, took a really hot shower. It was really, really uncomfortable, really painful, but I didn't hurt anymore after that. I just itched really bad. It really just depends on how burnt you are, really. But you said you didn't realize you guys are going to be at the pier for so long, you said? All right. Phantom limbs. Current heroism. Starring. All right. Mission number 2, I guess.
We're headed for the Seychelles. That's where our new home is now. Hey. That was some operation we had, huh? 9 years ago. Carving out our own world. Making our own future. And they took it away. I'm gonna rebuild it. Make a new place. Together. That we can call home. Yeah, we were dogs, all right. Slinking around out of Cypher's sight. Digging up whatever kind of dirty money we could find. You name it. We did it. You see this? Diamond Dogs. Our new home. The phantom of our former selves. Triumph. Death. We weren't allowed either. Yeah. I remember it all.
So I'm going to guess this is like a flashback or something. Oh, this is that after Ground Zeroes. After we finished this the other night. Like ending cutscene.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
Help me, Snake. Chico.
It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned.
Damn.
Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Starring the Ghoul from Fallout. Dude, this is like a flashbang on my freaking retinas. Oh my god.
Snake. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Every night, I can feel my leg, and my arm, even my fingers. The body I've lost, the comrades I've lost, won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm the one who got caught up with Cypher. A group above nations, even the US. And I was the parasite below, feeding off Zero's power. They came after you in Cyprus. Then Afghanistan. Cypher just keeps growing. Swallowing everything in its path. Getting bigger and bigger. Who knows how big now? Boss. I'm gonna make him give back our past. Take back everything that we've lost. And I won't rest until we do.
Approaching Mother Base.
Now kiss.
Our new Mother Base. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll make it bigger. Better than before. God. What should I do? Boss? Tell me. Tell me like you used to.
Episode 2, Diamond Dogs.
Things have changed, boss. We pull in money, recruits, just to combat Cypher. Rubbing our noses in bloody battlefield dirt. All for revenge. The world calls for wet work, and we answer. No greater good. No just cause. Cause. Cypher sent us to hell. But we're going even deeper. I know. I'm already a demon. Heaven's not my kind of place anyway. Dogs of war for 9 whole years. That ends today. Now you're not sleeping, and we're not junkyard hounds. We're diamond dogs. Let them talk. We can crush Cypher, boss. And you can build the army that can do it. Just one thing, Kaz. This isn't about the past. We're fighting for the future.
So what we played, make sure I'm understanding. So let me make sure I'm understanding the timeline correctly for what I've played. So Ground Zeroes was 9 years before this, and then that battle happened. I got injured, ended up in the hospital, and woke up. It's 9 years later. Correct? Am I following that timeline correct? Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly and I'm following it along well. All right. And this is Mother Base, where I've been sending materials to. This thing is huge. Like a giant oil rig or something.
Concerns the running of Mother Base. Come meet with me.
Oh, right here. This guy. What's up, brother?
You came. This base belongs to you now. Make Diamond Dogs the force it deserves to be. Like any organization, we need good people, and we need to make good use of their talents. Miller asked me to lay that out for you. To start bringing people in, use this. It's a Fulton recovery device.
Oh, the balloon thing. The balloon thing.
When you're in the field, use it to extract any soldiers or prisoners you want back here. And we'll see if we can't persuade them to join the ranks of Diamond Dogs. Go on. Test it out on the staff here. Anyone you want. First, put them to sleep. You have a tranquilizer gun, don't you?
Yep.
That won't work on me. I've had drug resistance training. Now extract it. Out like a light. What's the matter, boss?
I've had training. Wow!
Extraction complete.
Arrived at Mother
You can only
Base.
Fulton recover someone if they're not resisting it. No dead bodies either. They don't make great recruits. The staff member you just extracted will be assigned to the team best suited to his abilities. See for yourself. Open your iDroid. Select staff management from the Mother Base menu. So that staff member was placed on the R&D team. The R&D team is in charge of developing all kinds of weapons and items that'll support you on missions. Take a look at the development list. Select weapons items under the development heading. What's wrong? Go back to the Mother Base menu. Select weapons items under the development heading.
Oh, right here, right here.
Please specify
That's the R&D
project.
team's development list. See the item called cardboard box? Didn't seem much use to me, but Miller was adamant that you'd want it on the list. The last word in infiltration technology, or so he said. In any case, we don't have the manpower to develop it just yet. We need more staff on the team. Go extract a few more people. Boss, put the item. You can also Fulton extract individuals you've knocked out. Why don't you try knocking someone out with CQC next? I suppose that works too. Show them how it's done, boss.
CQC. Oh, okay. Hand to hand.
Extraction arrived at Mother
One thing I
Base.
should mention. Fulton extraction won't always be successful. If the person is injured, the shot could kill them. If the weather's unfavorable, well, it could end up going missing. By approaching the person you want to extract,
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Unit function added. Development project has
now
been
that we have
added.
more people on the R&D team, its level has gone up. They should be able to develop a cardboard box now. Open your eyes.
Thanks for that, boss.
Select weapons items under the development
Please
heading.
specify
Now select
project.
cardboard box and start development. Just be aware that development requires funds. GMP. Watch we don't end up in the red. Development has finished.
Please select a
You can
drop
have the
point.
support unit supply you with weapons and items
Supplies
you've developed.
requested.
Think of it as your own personal
Supply drop
domain.
complete.
Oh, this killed me.
Boss.
Yeah. What's up? Attention!
Call in a supply drop. Watch you don't drop it on your head. And there it is. Not sure what it's good for, but Miller said you know what to do. Try it out. One last thing. The staff members you extracted were all placed on the R&D team.
What?
That was Miller's decision. If you think they belong somewhere else, you're free to move them around. Well, that about does it.
Mission
You won't
info
make any
has been
GMP or
updated.
find recruits hanging around here. Board the chopper when you're ready for a mission. Open your iDroid and select a landing zone to tell it where to pick you up. Or if you're still in the mood for knocking guys on their asses, you can stay around here a while. Give them in some practice. Just come pay me a visit.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. That's so funny, dude. I love it. What? I can stand up in it and crawl around. Yo. Dude, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna say this. That's good game design, because that's just funny. Yeah, I'm gonna say it again. Why have I never played this game before? Awesome, dude. Can't go up there. Work in progress. So I'm gonna guess as we make progress in the game and unlock things and get further along, portions of this are gonna open up and we'll gain access to different things. Is my guess. Perhaps. Well, just a guess, being somebody that plays like a lot of RPGs. That's kind of what tends to happen with these types of areas. But who knows? Maybe it's a one and done thing. I don't know. I feel like this base is going to be a big part of the game.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
All right, coming back over here now.
Boss.
Select mission.
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Hot dogs do that? Okay.
This is B-Quad.
Oh,
On
okay.
station at LZ.
Oh, they're all saluting.
Gaining altitude.
Oh, that's cool. Mother base. Well, that was cool.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Development project has been added.
That's like a bunch of stuff. All right, while this is loading, I'll be right back. Grab my food. All right, guys. Got these leftover 4th of July hot dogs. I'm pretty stoked. I'm going to be putting this wiener in my mouth.
Mission list updated.
Boss, I know you haven't been back long, but I prepared a list of missions for you. Open your iDroid. You were hospitalized in Dekelia, a British sovereign base area on Cyprus. It's part of British overseas territory that falls outside of Cypriot jurisdiction. You got moved from Cuba's Little America right into Cyprus's Little Britain. Why Dekelia? The UK and the US remain close allies. The last place Cypher would think to look for you is inside their own system. That's what kept you safe in British military hospital for 9 years. The safest place from a whale is inside its own belly. You were a regular Geppetto. Well, it wasn't Pinocchio who led me out to safety. So who was that guy? Cypher went so far as to attack British territory, burning their own ally. That's how badly they wanted you dead. He said I was in a British military hospital, but the doctor had a Greek accent. They hire locally. Easier to trust them. Tekeli is also home to Greek Cypriots, after all. What about the Turks? They haven't returned to the south? Not yet. The Cyprus dispute is still a long way from resolved. The country is just as split as it was in '74. Turkish Cypriots in the north, Greek Cypriots in the south. Between them, the Green Line, the UN established. And Tekeli sits right on top of it. It does. Part of the buffer zone between the two groups. Another reason it was the perfect place to hide you. Easy to spot any outsiders snooping around. So how do things stand? Now, last year, the Turks declared that the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus is an independent state, though it's only Turkey that recognizes it. In the past, the Greeks and Turks lived side by side in the same villages. There are reasons to fight. Those came from the outside. Greece, Turkey, Britain, America, they all had their own stake in pitting the two sides against each other. But once you spark something like this, it's impossible to control. Both sides build up grudges like debt, without the foresight to see that each act of revenge just fans the flames, and then it's too late for other nations to rush in with peace talks. The embers keep on smoldering. Each nation's arrogance only breeds anarchy. The world is paralyzed by this hunger for revenge. Cyprus is no different. You're up. We're changing ships? We can't go sailing the Suez in a whaler. The Suez Canal. When did they reopen it? Not long after you were attacked. Once they finished sweeping it for mines after the Arab-Israeli conflict. Can you stand? We're going to transfer to a container ship for passage through the Suez. Our destination is Pakistan, Afghanistan's neighbor to the south. There, we disembark and head via Peshawar to the Zero Line, the border. We'll travel to the Khyber Pass by road. And then? We continue on horseback. Afghanistan's main roads are under Soviet control. We'll need to go around them. It'll be all narrow, winding paths through the mountains. We'll do better on horseback. It's a local guerrilla tactic. They use the higher ridges to avoid air recons. Then they charge down the mountains for ambushes. The Soviets still haven't devised a counter strategy. Our time frame is only half as much as we really need. It's gonna be a tough march. Better horses than boats. Well, it'll make for good physiotherapy. Take the time to get used to that new arm.
While the Soviets have indicated they are not participating in the Los Angeles Olympics, primarily because the United States has made no attempt to guarantee the safety of the Soviet Union's athletes, the United States is increasingly demonstrating the belief that the issue has nothing to do with its preparations, and in fact this is retaliation for the Western nations' boycott of the previous Moscow Olympics. That concludes today's news.
That's quite some news. The Soviet Union not attending the LA Olympics? Yeah. Andropov's death has changed some things. They're calling it revenge for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics. Countries boycotted the Moscow Olympics? Yes. In protest of the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Over 50 countries were absent. It's too bad I didn't get to see Yamashita's judo. When the 40th Army crossed the Amu River 4 years ago, détente went right out the window. The U.S. Congress chose not to ratify SALT II. And Reagan's hardline politics won in the presidency in a landslide. According to him, the Soviet Union's an evil empire. The Second Cold War. And there's been no end to regional conflicts and civil wars. Lebanon, the Falklands, Grenada, Iran, Iraq. The story never changes. Egypt and Israel did sign a peace treaty. But then the driving force on the Egyptian side, President Sadat, was assassinated afterward. Apparently, his actions were considered a betrayal of his fellow Arabs. Islamic extremists? Yes. Fundamentalist extremists have been responsible for some bold acts of terrorism in recent years. We've had extremist students in Iran take U.S. embassy workers hostage, and suicide bombings in Lebanon. Over 300 foreign soldiers stationed there have been killed. Countries have yet to develop an effective means of dealing with terrorism. Afraid of losing their own men, they've pulled their forces out. handing private forces a golden opportunity. Private forces? Small armies with no national affiliation, working for the highest bidder. That's right, they got the idea from you. After Mother Base went down, they began spreading to meet the soaring demand. Miller's organization is just one of many PFs now. The entire world is after you. But at the same time, it needs you too. Miller told me about what happened in the Caribbean 9 years ago. You do remember Miller. You'd formed a private army with him. An army with no allegiance to a nation. I remember, but... I see. You're not sure what's fact and what's a fantasy caused by the coma. It's still all a mess, huh? All I can do is tell you the facts as they were told to me. I've gone easy on you up until now, but this is where the hard stuff begins. 1974, the year before you entered your coma. You were in Colombia, operating with a small unit of men, basically mercenaries. Miller was among them. Miller was trying to find a way to turn his and your talents into a line of work. He was looking to start a business where you would fight on behalf of others around the world, those who needed military force. But the reality was, at that time, you didn't have enough gear to equip your own men. Then Miller came across this client. It was a huge job he was offering, but you had a shot at pulling it off. You accepted it and headed into Costa Rica. The client even threw in an offshore facility in the Caribbean. The Mother Base, that would be your new base of operations. Miller sure did have a head for business. As your mission went on, your unit grew and grew. More weapons, more money. Before you knew it, you were commanding 300 men. As the organization got bigger, your military powers swelled to match. It got so the international community couldn't afford to ignore you. You were just too damn successful for your own good. You, your men, had worn out your welcome. Everyone was out for you. East, West, First World, Third. It was only a matter of time before someone took you down. And that was XOF. Officially, they're an anti-terror unit under the CIA. In reality, they're Cypher's private strike force. They lured you to Cuba using Chico, the Nicaraguan revolutionary kid, and Paz, a mole who worked for Cypher as bait. While you were gone, XOF, posing as a nuclear inspection team, stormed Mother Base. At the same time, C4 they placed on the strut legs went off. The whole thing went down in minutes. XOF. Kisses and hugs followed by a big FU. All because of Miller's blind spot. A back door into Mother Base no one suspected. You remember a certain scientist. Huey was responsible for bringing the inspection team on board, giving the enemy a perfect opportunity to hit you at home. You were returning from Cuba when it happened. Mother Base came damn close to taking you with it into the Caribbean. Those of your men out on assignment returned right away. They refused to believe the wreckage in the water they found was Mother Base. But they checked the coordinates again and again, until reality finally settled in. You were supposed to die that day. That was XOF's primary objective. As far as most folks know, you did. The first doctor to see you wasn't even sure what he was looking at. Before they'd even finished operating, your men moved you to that hospital in Cyprus. There was a woman named Eva who arranged that. Rings a bell, huh? Most men in your condition would have been written off right from the start. But you survived. You went straight down to hell, and they pulled you out. Your eye wide open. Full of venom. The days of naked Snake are long gone. Welcome back, Venom Snake. This world still needs you. Here, Snake, try this on. A prosthetic arm. Yeah, Miller was calling it the arm that wasn't there. The physiotherapy's going well. Your arm's bulked up enough for it to fit. There. Perfect. A little time with it, and it'll work better than the real thing. What do you think? I can still feel my real arm. Well, you better get used to this one quick. You have any pain? Every now and then. Where? My fingertips. My left fingertips. Sounds like phantom pain. Your brain still remembers your old hand. Yeah. What about your vision? Can you see okay?
Yeah, at the moment.
Now, the shrapnel in your skull is pressing on your optic nerve. I'm told any hard impact could have an effect on your visual cortex.
Yeah, the doctor mentioned that.
Your brain might process visual information incorrectly. In other words, you could have hallucinations. You might see things that aren't there, or not see things as they really are. You experience any of that?
I think so.
When?
Right after I wake up. Colors look faded.
Colors, huh? Well, that's not a major concern in and of itself, but it could mean the difference between life and death in the field. You'll need to watch out for that.
I will.
All right. You should continue your physio. We'll be arriving soon. It's the last chance you'll get.
All right, sorry about that, guys.
Ocelot. I hear they started calling you Shalashashka in Afghanistan. What's that about?
Shalashashka.
You know the term Sharashka? It's slang for a suspicious, hastily thrown together organization. The word became associated with a type of forced labor facility in the Soviet Gulag system. OKB scientists and engineers who'd been convicted of crimes were sent to a Sharashka for forced R&D. The Sharashkas were supervised by Lavrenti Beria of the NKVD, the secret police, under the official name 4th Special Department.
Forced research? That's not very different from what we do here.
Diamond Dogs is different. Everyone here believes in you. Regardless of where they came from or why they're here, they revere you. And they're fighting because it was their choice.
And if it wasn't, they'd leave?
Who knows? That's our reality here, whether it's real or not. If there's another truth, I don't want to know it. All that matters is that's the concept that's taken shape in their heads. The traces of a group ideology, our superstructure, to put it in Marxist terms.
All right. Go on.
Right. So anyway, at some point the enemy started calling me Sharashka. This was after the war in Afghanistan broke out. While I was keeping an eye on you in that hospital, I was also heading up interrogations here.
The men I broke gave up their comrades and families, everything they wanted to protect them most. No real cause for it. I just let myself get caught up in the old Russian pride. And suddenly I received the honor of becoming Special Interrogation Advisor to the forced labor camps. But the more men I interrogated, the more people saw me as just that, the interrogator. It helped cover my real objective of keeping you safe.
You went that far for me?
Far enough to keep you alive. I ended up being pretty well known among the Afghan guerrillas. Some of them would have seen me on the battlefield, and that's how I got the second half of the name. Shashka. It's a sword, a type of saber from the Caucasus. Russian dragoons and Cossacks carried them into battle. Now, the Russian Empire had a general by the name of Fyodor Arturovich Keller. His bravery earned him the nickname Russia's Greatest Shashka. Someone must have known about that, because somewhere along the line, Shashka got stuck on the end of Sharashka. The guerrillas were using the name amongst themselves, and by the time I got to hearing about it, pronunciation had wound up as Shalashashka.
So, half gulag, half hero sword. Is a perfect fit.
But you see how rumors and ideas about people can get out of hand fast. Once you create a character and put it out there in public mind, it warps and twists with every baseless rumor. And before you know it, all people see are phantoms. In my case, it works out just fine. I'm plenty used to working under aliases.
So SALT II still hasn't gone into effect?
That treaty was drawn up to limit not just the size of the U.S. and Soviet Union's nuclear arsenals, but also their delivery systems. The whole deal. Just when we thought all those years of negotiations had paid off, somebody decides to invade Afghanistan. The timing couldn't have been worse.
The president was in the middle of the SALT II talks back then.
You mean while you were busy? I heard. President Ford was meeting with the General Secretary.
Thank you for that follow. Welcome in, by the way.
In his absence, the political brass in America detected what they didn't realize was false nuclear launch data from Peace Walker, and were on the verge of ordering a retaliatory nuclear strike.
Coleman's big idea? Humans are incapable of destroying themselves. Turns out he never knew what humans are capable of.
If that AI, the boss, hadn't found a way to stop the fake data transmission, they probably would have gone ahead with the launch.
Deterrence was revealed as the pipe dream it was.
All thanks to you. And her. The U.S.-Soviet talks looked set to fall through. What happened in Nicaragua no doubt helped trigger a change of heart. But in the end...
The time's to find the politics. When you've grabbed their tail, they turn and bite your hand.
I first met you 20 years ago now. The place was Selenouyarsk in the Soviet Union. We were enemies. I was with the GRU. You were still fighting for America. 1964. Operation Snake Eater. Its objective? The assassination of the legendary soldier known as the Boss. When you returned home successful, they awarded you the title Big Boss. Your CO, Zero, sought to carry on the boss's will by covertly establishing his own organization. You knew the original members from Operation Snake Eater. From America, there was David O, or as he was to you, Major Zero. Donald Anderson, aka Sigint. Dr. Clark, who went by paramedic during the operation. And the fourth, you. From China, there was Eva. And me, Ocelot. From the Soviet Union. 6 in total. To us, government notions of friend and foe were meaningless. As were East and West, we joined forces by our will alone. Our objective was to fulfill the boss's dying wish. To make the world one. And to do it, Zero used the Philosopher's Legacy, the secret war fund you obtained during Operation Snake Eater. This organization would go on to become Cypher. I, on the other hand, was left with the problem. You only recovered half of the legacy. I had to locate the other half myself. When I found the funds, I passed them on to Zero, just as you wanted.
I still trusted him in those days.
We thought what he was doing was the boss's will. Until he started that one project. Les enfants terribles, Zero called it. You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you. After you returned to the Army and created Foxhound, you left America. For a time, even I'd lost track of you. I'd imagine Zero did too. You always were the best when it came to hide and seek. Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism. And that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you. But before long, he disappeared from public life. Only a few people had direct contact with him. For a time, I was one of them. Then a year after you fell into your coma, he slipped out of sight entirely. Since then, nothing. No photos, no recordings, not even a reliable rumor as to his whereabouts. I tried every method I could think of, but Zero was gone. Freed of his control, his creation, his power continued to grow. Cypher is a great beast, and Zero was its spine. But even without him, it's endured, evolved. But now its body is rotting, riddled with parasites. Parasites like the ones who attacked you 9 years ago in the Caribbean, and then at the hospital. Cypher's Black Ops Unit, XOF. They learned where you were, and came to wipe the slate clean. Christmas Eve, 1979. The Soviet Union rolled into Afghanistan. Muslims had revolted against the Soviet-friendly regime established the year before. The DRA forces could no longer contain it themselves, so the Soviets went in to intervene. The Afghan government was powerless and fraught with infighting. They lost the hearts and minds of the people, and that alarmed the Soviet leadership. With the Islamic Revolution happening in Iran, the Soviets felt they had to act fast or risk the spread of Islamic revivalism. A superpower, sending a motorized rifle division against men on horseback with antique rifles. Everyone thought it'd be over in an instant, only it wasn't. Some Muslims made their fight a jihad, a holy war, and began a guerrilla campaign on all fronts. A war of attrition. These fighters call themselves Mujahideen. They're being supported by the West through Pakistan. That's why Miller was involved. He was training them near the Zero Line, sponsored by the CIA. The war has become a nightmare for the Soviet troops stationed here. They thought they'd be headed home in 6 months at the most. Then a year passed. 2 years. Now here we are 4 years on with no exit in sight. Afghanistan has become the Soviet Union's Vietnam. The Soviet troops on the ground want to go home, but at least they have homes to go back to. The Afghans have lost theirs. The Soviets destroy the kishlaks, villages, wherever they can. They burn down homes and fields, fill in wells, turn pastures into minefields. It's created a mass of refugees who fled to Pakistan. If the Mujahideen are fish swimming around the villages, the Soviets will go so far as to dry out their ocean. But this has had a big price. There's bitter resentment among the Afghans, and they're taking out their anger on the soldiers on the front lines. Among the Mujahideen are the Pashtun people. They're fiercely devoted to their code of Badal, or revenge. Soviets they've captured have had their hands, feet, and noses cut off before being left to die at the side of the road, just to show their comrades what they're capable of. Friendlies who come across them can do nothing but put them out of their misery. Then they burn down another village in retaliation. And the cycle of vengeance goes on.
All right, one more.
Snake, I wanted to ask you about the man on fire. What do you remember from the hospital? Anything we can use?
Well, he took off the moment the sprinklers started up.
Sprinklers? The fire system?
And when he got sprayed with water from the burst pipe, it slowed him down.
When we escaped on horseback, he wouldn't cross the river either.
And then it started to rain. And he disappeared.
Water against fire. Is it that simple? I mean, it makes sense. It's just hard to believe it would work on a guy like that.
Okay. Overall completion, 1%. All right, well, I was able to eat, and we were looking at all that stuff. So let's see, control panel. Some music. So we got our base mission
Please
list.
select a mission.
I've taken the job offers Diamond Dogs has received and made a list of those I want you to consider. Which ones you accept is your call. The objectives of the missions I've added are prisoner rescue, facility sabotage, and high-value target elimination. Probably all a walk in the park for you, but they should help you get back on your feet. I put the mission details on a cassette tape. Refer to it if you decide to accept the mission. We'll receive GMP for completing missions, and extracting soldiers and prisoners will boost our ranks. Building up Mother Base is the first step to achieving our goal. If that means wet work, so be it. We're gonna have to get our hands dirty. I hope you're rested up, because we're not stopping. Not until the pain is gone.
Mission accepted.
The future of Diamond Dogs is in your hands.
Mission not accepted.
We're counting on you, boss.
Eliminate the... Okay, here we go. He's not talking now. I can listen to this.
Farming villages in southern Vahan have been subjected to a strategic bombing campaign the past several weeks. The damage is spreading. It's part of the Soviet Scorched Earth operation aimed at wiping out the guerrillas. The target this time is the commander of a Spetsnaz detachment. He's been key to the operation's success. People say this guy's responsible for annihilating the Mujahideen at Tismasi Laman, the Hamid fighters, overnight. He's a tough, experienced commander. Don't underestimate him. The order from my client in the west is to shoot on sight. They want him out of the picture for good. Sorry, boss. This one's purely business. Wet work. A hit on a commanding officer of the Soviet military. Nothing personal. We're only doing this because it gets us one step closer to our goal.
Mission accepted.
Okay.
Heading to Afghanistan.
All right, take me to Afghanistan. Select equipment. Primary weapons. Oh wow. So I can get additional primaries. That's very cool. Low cost of a license and a... And can I get a suppressor for the gun? Does every gun have a suppressor or no? Support weapons. Oh, R&D. I see. Okay, I see. So they can make all this stuff for me. very okay, it's already equipped. Select buddy. Okay. Olive drab. Tiger stripe. The scarf. Different head options. Okay. Oh, 600, 1800. Let's do 1800. It'll be nighttime. So like, and I saw that your night vision goggles have a battery as well. All right, episode 3, A Hero's Way. So that's pretty cool. So a lot of resource management.
Your target is a Spetsnaz detachment commander. Your orders are to take him out. With skills like his, it'd be a shame to waste him. But I'll leave the method up to you. Boss, make your way to Deshago Calais and eliminate the target.
That's sick, dude.
The map has been updated.
Be careful down there, boss.
We can use compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons and equipment. Take a look at the plants list on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy too.
Please specify a project.
Okay. So you can tell them to make all of this stuff. So sick. Oh, okay, I see. And then you pay and you get these additional items. Okay.
Please select a drop point. Please specify a project.
Weapons and items. Database, encyclopedia. Oh. So I could like do things with animals and stuff too. A wild ass. Watch those wild asses, man. They'll get you into trouble.
Please specify a project.
And I've got 224k, so I can make quite a bit. Let's see, we got to go down here. The mission, eliminate the Spetsnaz commander. Let's go down here first. Holy crap, I can't see anything. That's a cliff. Okay. Well, good to know, I guess.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Known as absinthium. That's used to make your Phantom cigars.
We like those. We like Phantom cigars. Rolling while prone and readying a weapon. You can quickly move left and right by tilting left analog. Okay. Yeah, you gotta take us to dinner first. Sir, you buy me dinner first, I'll let you do that. Hey, Eternal, how are you tonight, man? Can't say I have. You're alive. Dude, you should be fucking great. Nah, I hope that if you're having kind of a rough night, man, I do hope it gets better for you, man. Hey, I got an achievement. Extract an enemy soldier. Come on, buddy. Come on over here.
Extract him.
The lieutenant I served with became a cop yesterday and he passed away. Or became a cop and he passed away yesterday in the line of duty. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's awful, dude. I'm genuinely sorry to hear that, man. I know there's nothing I can really say to just make you feel better about something like that, but if you need to talk about it at any point, let me know. I'm pretty busy this weekend, but I'll try my best to make time for you, man. You need to just talk about it.
Guard post captured.
That's okay, man.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It's not something you're ready to talk about. You're not ready to talk about it, dude. You don't ever have to like justify that. Just know we're here for you, man. For real, for real. Death is...
Golden Crescent. It's a type of medicinal plant. We can use that to make tranquilizer rounds more potent.
Death is something that's difficult for anybody to deal with, and when it's somebody you know, it's...
You have arrived at your destination.
Very difficult. And with your history with that person, I'm sure that makes it even more challenging. So, you know, you'll process it and get through it in your own time. And that's totally normal, man. Well, I cleared that without being spotted. That was pretty good, right?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Ooh, support unit leveled up. Level 2. So we want to keep finding these materials and stuff. That's how you get more like money or whatever. Am I understanding that right? More crafting items, more like medical items, bio items, just all the stuff. Nothing there. Oh, that's cool. Couple of plants back here. Oh, what is that?
start by heading for Deshago Calais. Check your map for the location. The target is camped out in that village, dressed as an ordinary soldier. Check the target's VI on your iDroid. You've arrived at the objective. Your target should be somewhere in that outpost. And don't forget, he has a Spetsnaz recon detail with him. Keep your guard up.
That's cool. Thank you for that, Power Thirsty. So, it's good advice.
You have arrived. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh, it's literally a diamond.
Those are raw diamonds. Collecting them as assets will raise our GMP.
Baby, yo, if I... Oh, God. Oh, God. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, on that. Oh, there's a guy here. Hey, I think there's another diamond right here. That was another diamond. Let's go. Well, made up 20,000 GMP. All right, let's see who else we can see here. There's a guy. No chit chat happening.
A Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. Simple, really. There's less hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results. That's humanity for you.
That's a big old wolf.
That's communications equipment used by the outpost CP. It must be how they keep in touch with headquarters. If you destroy it, you might be able to cut off the CP from their HQ.
Huh, okay. So I can destroy that. Dude, I love that.
He's coming too. Roger that.
It really doesn't. It's super funny. I love it.
Where are your friends?
He speaks Russian. What we need is an interpreter. The main principle of intelligence work is intel gathering. But that's a problem if you don't speak the enemy's language. We need a staff member with the interpreter skill to do a simultaneous interpretation.
So I'm guessing at some point we'll get somebody that can do that. I hope. I don't know. I said if I could destroy this. So let's see, mother base.
Please specify a project. Please select a drop point. Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Oh, there it is. So funny.
So as sandstorms come in, sandstorms effectively make you blind and deaf. But that goes for the enemy too. Use the situation to your advantage. Those materials have already been processed. It may not be much, but we can use them straight away if you bring them back to base.
Kind of slowly starting to get the hang of it a little bit. I feel like I could have moved in a little bit quicker.
enemy's given up their search for you. But they're not giving the all-clear just yet. Stay alert.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, shit.
Hey, sure!
That just doesn't get old. All right, let's get moving on in a little bit closer. Oh, hi. Does this work the way that I think that it does? Yeah, it works the way I thought it does.
Destroy that, or turn it off to shut off all the lights and surveillance cameras in the outpost. But of course, the enemy will realize something's up. If you're gonna do it, be quick. That's the target. Target confirmed dead. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or armor.
That didn't go as smoothly as I wanted it to.
Please select a landing zone. Support helicopter requested.
That's almost how that mission always goes. Well, now I don't feel so bad. Oh, dude, I thought I... destroyed this anyways. I did well on the approach. Well, that's good. I'm glad. That's high praise coming from you. So that's good.
Extraction arrived at the mother base.
This is P-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Support helicopter has arrived.
Whee! So funny.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Extraction failed.
Oh no. That was a waste. Oh, because it said 0%. Okay. Okay, I see. I guess the percentage is like the probability of you actually like getting it. Slapping some freaking cheeks, man.
Extraction arrived.
That ruined.
Say, boss.
Exfiltrated hot zone.
All right, you're out of the
No, I'm not going back. I'm just turning around. Damn.
Exfiltrated.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
With the two wolves chasing me. Yeah.
Development project has been added.
Mission complete. Whew. At least you made it out in one piece.
Rank C. I'll take it. All right. Nice. Oh, nice. Support helicopter armament can now be developed.
How you feeling, boss? Getting used to being in the field again? Having choppers and a horse at your disposal is indispensable for operating in the wilds of Afghanistan. I've gone ahead and arranged for you to be able to develop and customize weaponry for support choppers. And you can also develop new equipment for D-Horse if you like. Use your iDroid to start development as needed.
Okay, Goblin Gibbon. Chinese. Skill troublemaker harassment. Ukrainian surgeon. Uzbek. Black Hippo's this guy's name. He speaks Russian. Zosa. Well. Actually, I got somebody that can speak Russian, so that's good. Maybe I can use them to help translate. But I have to drive to Cookout. Isn't it 1:30 there?
Side ops list updated.
The side ops list is comprised of problems we need you to resolve. Objectives to be completed, and information gained from the soldiers and prisoners you've extracted. These aren't missions per se, but if you can take care of them when you're free, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, I thought maybe we could use their meat or something. Viewing the iDroid's help menu. Okay. Minor metal.
Marker placed.
Got more missions here.
Please select a mission. Sun will rise momentarily.
Oh, wow. Extract. Oh. If we extract them, it's better. Secure the processed materials hidden in Shago Village.
Marker placed.
All right, well, you know. Wait, what's A?
Marker removed.
There we go. Hey, Joe Father. What's an iDroid? It's my little walkie-talkie thing my character's using when I go to this menu. How you doing tonight?
Please specify a project.
Oh, okay. I gotta redo that mission. Okay. Okay. Level 11. Level 5. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. $40,000. I've got 232K. Oh, animal capture cage. I see now. So these are just upgraded devices, I see. Sneaking suit. And a battle dress.
Please select a drop point. Supplies requested. Please specify a project. Supply drop complete. Please specify a project.
And then I want a sniper rifle.
Yeah.
Oh, I might have messed up.
Please specify a project. Please select a drop point. Supplies requested.
Got our...
Supply drop complete.
All right, where are you at? I hear you. There it is. There's a feed at evac as well. Okay, that's good to know. Well,
Please select a mission.
deploy the Soviet comms equipment to prevent reinforcements being sent between outposts.
Boss, information warfare is more than just intel gathering. It also means disrupting enemy communications. Your mission is to punch a hole in the comms network between the Soviet outposts. That'll cut off their means to call in reinforcements. Technically, we were given this mission by a Western-backed Arab organization supporting the guerrillas. But it'll also give us a leg up in the future. Take a look at the location of the Eastern Communications Post on your iDroid. Head there and destroy its comms equipment. He who controls information controls operations. Just look at Cypher. Good luck, boss.
What the hell, Cooper Wolf? Nah, I can't say I have. Can't say I have. How you doing tonight, dude? We're like 3 or so missions into our Metal Gear Solid 5 playthrough. It's been pretty fun. I'm kind of like disappointed in myself for this being another one of those games I never play. Was it the worst part? You gotta watch that toe sucking. It'll get you pretty good. I'm testing this theory. Oh, well. He didn't see me. So that's good. I've been playing Final Fantasy 14. Glad you're enjoying it, man. C2W. It's our next mission.
To disable the Soviets' reinforcement system by putting a hole in their base-to-base comms network. Head for the Eastern Communications Post and destroy its comms equipment. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
All right. What's up with this? Oh, and extract an interpreter. Okay, that'd be useful.
That wild dog pup. He's a tough little guy. Boss, this is no time to be playing with animals. What are you gonna do, boss?
Oh.
Roger that. We'll pick him up.
So cute. Oh man, that was good. That was super cute and hilarious.
Marker placed.
All right, let's see if we can extract this guy. Yeah, you can't say that that didn't work. They definitely didn't see me. It was either laying over on the horse or the sandstorm, or both.
We found out there's an English-speaking soldier somewhere in the region. He's a language specialist. His role is to translate information related to the West into Russian. If we can get him to join us, we'll have the upper hand in information warfare. Find this language specialist and extract him.
Да, я всегда читаю газеты и журналы с той стороны. Я даже думаю по-английски.
Правда? Научи меня каким-нибудь.
A Soviet soldier. A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians. That's the target.
I spent last night with your girlfriend.
Это было неплохо.
Правда? Что это значит?
Я друг твоего приятеля.
О, это действительно полезно. Любые мелочи могут помочь в этой холодной войне, да?
Точно. Эти слова могут спасти твою жизнь.
Ха-ха, может быть. В следующий раз ты должен научить меня еще чему-нибудь.
Конечно, увидимся.
That Soviet soldier in the green beret is speaking English. Must be a language specialist. With him on our side, we'd be capable of Russian interpretation support. Try and extract him.
Side op completed.
Hey, got an achievement for
Extraction
completing a side
arrived
up.
at Mother Base. Unit function added.
Boss, that language specialist you extracted has been very cooperative. Says he's always dreamed of living a free life, like folks in the West. What are the odds, huh? I've gone ahead and placed him in the support unit. His job is Russian interpretation. Now you'll know what Soviet soldiers are saying. You can even interrogate them. Should give you an edge in the mission.
Nice, that's what I've been trying to do this whole time. Now we can learn about all the girlfriends he spent last night with.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Nice.
Marker removed.
Let's see, missions. Map. Oh, dang. I was kind of worried I was about to break my horse's legs.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Oh. Oh shit, there's two of them. Whoa! That's a grenade. You're not very observant, are you, buddy? Here, you can fight with me, since you're just so observant.
You gotta extract him. You made it. First, use the binoculars to locate the communications equipment at the facility.
Oh my god. Super stealthy, I know. Butchered this mission. Oh man. Holy crap, dude. Ah. Yes.
Sometimes it's best to fall back. The enemy won't want to leave the base. It's too risky.
The map has been
That antenna is one of the targets. There should be more. Keep looking. Explosives should take care of them well enough. How you do it is up to you. Alright, now get to a safe distance before you set it off. To detonate it, hold the ready button and then press the action button. That's another one of the targets. Do you see any more? That's the first one. Destroy the remaining antennas. Nice. That's the second one. That wasn't the last of them, though. Keep going. First, you have to identify the targets. Recon the site with your binoculars. That antenna is one of the targets. Take it out, and the mission's complete.
Oh wow, you can pick those up. Pretty crazy.
Explosives should take care of them well enough. How you do it is up to you. Objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Mission info has been updated. Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Get on out of the hot zone. I don't know what I can use a sheep for, but... So silly. I love it. I'm still in the hot zone. Still in the hot zone. AKA your mother's house.
Exfiltrated.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
Whoa, whoa.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Mission complete.
Nice. Oh wow. 491k. It's pretty good.
Our army is growing like crazy thanks to you, boss.
New
In fact,
additional
it's getting downright
platforms.
crowded around here. To bring a greater number of people on board, we'll need to expand our facilities. To that end, I've created a base development unit. It has two roles, material refinement and platform construction. I'll start with the material refinement part. The base development unit procures material resources on a regular basis according to its level. The materials are stored in containers and placed on the deck of Mother Base. Once they're finished being processed, they can finally be put to use. By using these materials to build new platforms, we'll be able to add a greater number of staff to our ranks. We don't need any specific instructions from you to refine the materials, but I want you to be the one to decide how we construct platforms. Once we have sufficient GMP and the required material resources, you can issue construction orders from your iDroid.
Very cool. There's that guy. Very nice.
Prolonged time in the field is bad for the body and mind. I think it's time you took a break. Do it for me. Come back to Mother Base ASAP.
Yes, Daddy. We'll take a break, Daddy.
Come back!
No, it's the puppy.
Mitch. Here's the dog you brought back. Bit of a troublemaker. Not sure about the breed, though.
He's a wolf.
He'll get bigger? Uh-huh. Like this. You know, I can look after him. He's still a pup, so he doesn't listen. I have a feeling someday he'll be useful. I suspect you discovered a real diamond in the rough. The little polish, I'd say we got a true diamond dog on our hands.
I see what he did there.
DD, right? Hostile at raising hounds. Fine.
Come on, Dee Dee.
Dee Dee. Dude, that stuff he smoked was so good, like 4 hours just passed. That's impressive.
We're to find a piece of new American military hardware that's gone missing in the mountains of Afghanistan. It's a difficult mission, but I'd say you're back in top form by now. Check your iDroid for the details.
Boss, welcome home.
All right, R&D platform takes 10 minutes, 59 seconds to build. 40,000, 1,000 common, and 1,000 fuel resources. Okay, 35. That. Takes 2 hours. Decks. Oh, minor metal. I have 200. I need 1,000. We'll upgrade the R&D.
Commencing platform construction.
Thanks for letting me join the fight. I'll do whatever you ask.
You're welcome.
Thank you, boss.
You're welcome.
Thank you, boss.
I like how you just walk up to these guys.
Thanks for that, boss.
Have a good day, boss.
Just whacked him right in the face. Thank you, boss.
Good to see you, boss.
And wash your stanky butt cheeks.
Chain with me, boss. How about it?
Ooh.
Boss, if you need supplies, we're here for you.
Development project has been added. Development project has been added. Development project has been added. Development project has been added.
Nice. There's a lot to this game, but I really, really like it.
You know why the boss is called Big Boss?
Everybody knows that. There was this unit.
Select unit.
And the commander was a woman called the Boss. They say she was the mother of modern-day special forces. Anyway, so she defects to the
Select
Soviet Union.
unit.
America's afraid she'll leak all kinds of military secrets, so they assign a man to kill her.
Yeah, our boss. Big Boss. And once the boss was dead, he was given a name to signify he had surpassed her.
He carried out a one-man infiltration of the Soviet Union, even though he was injured. He's one tough son of a bitch.
Yep. But I also heard the boss was his mentor. And that they were involved. And that was why he turned his back on America.
He really has been through hell.
Okay. It's freaking sick, man. All right, guys. What an awesome awesome game. I'm really, really liking this Metal Gear experience. I've never played. Anybody that's new, lurking or whatever, like, this is a totally new thing for me. I've never played any of these games before, and so it's been quite interesting. Power Thirsty gifted me this, and I've really enjoyed it so far. We played Metal Gear Ground Zeroes the other night, so that'll, if you weren't here and you want to check out my playthrough on that, it's just 2 hours, one mission. It'll be up on my YouTube live channel in the morning. My live channel is just for my VODs where they go. So we played through Doom 2016, and then this is going up on there. Our main YouTube channel for lore content. Check our Discord out and follow me on all my socials. Just reclusegaming.com. Dude, Thirsty, for real though, thank you so much for gifting me this game. I am really liking it so far. It's very different from any game I've ever really played. It feels really similar in a lot of ways to like a Resident Evil experience in how things play and how it feels in general, but open world. I don't know if that makes sense, and then with all the stealth stuff. So it's a really unique experience. I don't really think I've played anything to the full extent like it before. It shares similar elements to other games I've played, but I've never played anything to the full extent like this. So I like it. You told me it was going to take me about you said 80 hours, right? To just like do an initial playthrough. Is that what you were saying? Yeah, he definitely made Death Stranding. And yeah, the Silent Hill. I remember playing Silent Hill when I was a little kid, and when I say playing it, it was like watching my cousins play it. That's another series I've not like myself played, but I've watched people play it. Now I've played some Death Stranding. Weird game, but really good. Yeah, I'm just checking here. Yeah, it says when focusing on main objectives, Metal Gear Solid 5 is about 45.5 hours in length. If you're a gamer that strives to see all aspects of the game, you're likely going to spend about 163 hours to obtain 100% completion. Woo! So like 45 to 50 hours just focusing on the main objectives. So we're in for a lot of content. That's for damn sure. But I have genuinely been enjoying it. It's not been something where I'm like, okay, how much longer do we have? How much longer do we have? There are some games where I've felt about that. No, you've watched me play games enough to know, like, I'm definitely not just going to do the main story. I'm going to be doing a lot more. So but I am liking it. It's been very enjoyable so far up to this point. So, and like I said, I've never played anything like it before. It's been a very unique experience, that's for sure. But I do think that's where I'm going to wrap it up. I got a couple things I need to do before I go to bed, and then I have to get up at 8 a.m. because I have that class this weekend. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Power Thirsty, thank you again, my friend. It's funky in a great way. Yeah, and I'm kind of getting some of those funky vibes with the whole, like, whatever those guys were that were, like, chasing me at the end of that one mission. That was just kind of like, what is happening right now? That was, like, really how I felt. I was like, what is going on? But, yeah, I've got that phlebotomy class tomorrow and Sunday. I get done with that. That'll give me a little progress in my career into some stuff that I'm looking into getting into doing. So I'm really excited about that. So I appreciate that. Yeah, the skulls. That was weird. All right, guys. Much love. I appreciate you all. Thanks for the good lucks. And we'll see you guys possibly Sunday night, but for sure Monday. I'll put it in Discord if we go live Sunday. Love you, dudes. Also, next week, I'm going to try to get some more content out. I'm going to try to get some more Fallout lore content. I'm going to start working on our Volt 118 gameplay. Not gameplay. Lore. I'm going to start writing the script this weekend, too, after I get done with this class. See you guys.